Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Effers, and we'll be playing a video game today. Rare change of pace for our interpretive dance stream. You know how it is. This time, I even have the GOG pulled up. I'm even marginally prepared. Crazy, I know, but anything's possible. Still starting late as hell, mind you. Here's what it is. We will hopefully get everything going on. But yeah. Go ahead, God Galaxy, please, if you would. This time we should be able to just hop right into it. I wonder if Talos Principle 3 will have the same ginormous colossal file size. I just don't know. I just don't know. Well, it's firing up. At least this start should be a little bit more energetic than the last one. Had everything good to go? We shall see. Okay, took a little bit longer than usual for OBS to figure it out, but hey, we got there in the end. Mm-hmm. Total game progress. Oh, we're in Athena's Loop. That's the name of this place. Explore the area. Yeah, that's the plan. So I guess the first question is... That's stuck. I mean, it's a window, right? Window or not, you can't select through it. You need an actual power source in for these to become anything. So I wonder if, perhaps, because I saw on the other side of things... Got utopia and dystopia. Also, I mean, for a dystopia, it's fairly calm out here. You know what I mean? There's some blue thing over there, but anyways. So the real question becomes... Does that activate the plug in Utopia? Sure seems to. Who could have guessed? I could have guessed that. I actually guessed that last night, even though I was almost fully gone mentally.
Drennan said that we are not entirely bound by time. Our minds can recreate the past and predict the future. She said knowledge is a kind of freedom, but I have the ultimate knowledge, and I'm not free.
Okay. There we go. Interesting. I think we're gonna have to swap something up. Maybe not. I'm gonna go to the other side. Yeah. All right. Okay, well, we've got that. And we've got an accumulator, which is a nice little bit of kit. What do you got for me?
I can calculate the future of this planet. All the things that we will see if we choose not to act.
Giddy up. Okay.
The continents will move, the mountains will fade away, even the stars will change. The days will grow longer as the rotation of the Earth slows.
I feel like I should make Pat from Pat Stares At play this game and see how he reacts to that line, because I think it would be clip worthy. It would be content. Let's call it what it is. Capital C content. Hello, friend. Huh? What? This is spatially bizarre. Yeah, no, we were over there. Now we're in a place that's definitely not over there. Well, let's hope we don't need that accumulator. There's Alexandra again. I don't even know where to point this at. I've been around here before, just not here. Ah, my enemy, my arch nemesis. I just don't goddamn see anything. What is the use of this? We've been from 0 to very overwhelmed. I mean, the music is beautiful, it's just... where do I point the goddamn thing? Nothing there, nothing there. No dome in this bad boy, incidentally. Well, we can always just swim across, I said, failing to swim across. Okay. Can't swim across that way. But we can swim across this way. I mean, don't get me wrong, these impossible space puzzles are fucking sick. They are absolutely cool as hell. It's also the case I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. The main problem I have is that now we have the accumulator stuck in a hole somewhere. And with the accumulator stuck in a hole somewhere, well... Well, we're stuck here now. Who could have guessed that didn't work? Ever full of surprises, I am. Alright. There's like the music's giving a little bit of Binding of Isaac in the dystopia sections. I really like that. Yeah, we're in it now. I feel like you could probably discern something about the inner workings of this game and its memory storage logic by the fact that those disconnect when the colors change. That doesn't feel to me specifically like a gameplay consideration. It feels like a technical limitation. I don't know how I can explain it, but I do feel that way. Can't remove that fan, which sucks. The real loss isn't that. The real loss is the accumulator. I mean, it's just as well because you can sink. You can fall and die at that point. So all you can do with the portal is here, basically. All you can do with the accumulator is here. We need a driller. But in general, we need an emitter. Uh-huh. Only took me 15 trillion years to look up, but, this is a little trippy. But also, let's see, we need blue, so we can... Got it. Oh, you can feel the game loading it in. Where's Guy? Where's second Guy, champion of Guy? In times like this, you need at least 2 guys.
There will be volcanoes and asteroids, earthquakes and floods. Slowly, day by day, the moon will drift away, and we will still be here.
Well, we need the beam splitter for this. Thing which is possible. A thing which is possible, I say, and then immediately interrogate. But after some brief interrogation, no, yeah, this can be done fairly easily, I think. Okay. That sure looks like very immediate drowning. This is doable. how was the part that I don't remember. That clearly goes down deep real fast. Very jank, but it worked.
10 million years until every species has gone extinct or been replaced. 100 million until the rings of Saturn fall from the sky. 500 million until the sun starts getting brighter and everything on Earth starts dying.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Not cheery. No, not cheery. But worth remembering. We can bring both along. Ah. Uh-huh. Okay, interesting. Well, start there.
If we do nothing, there's only 1 billion years left for life on this planet. Every plant, every animal, all that is beautiful will wither and die. And we will watch it happen.
Can't be doing that.
The universe will continue for trillions of years. But everything we love about this Earth will be gone. Because we chose not to act, not to take control, not to be responsible. But if I give them my machine, then it could all end tomorrow.
got a blue beam here, which that would take and make a red beam, which does us no good. But what we could do, we take a blue beam here, make this red beam, then go to Flavor Town. Okay, I'll go the long way. Fine. I'll take the long way. Think that I won't? God damn, those fajitas were goddamn sizzling. Is teleporter's always that fucking loud? Holy shit. Yeah, there's that bad boy shining bright.
I can calculate the future of the planet, the death of the sun, the migration of the stars. But I cannot predict humanity. Anything is possible. Nothing is certain. How do I choose?
I don't know, sister. We're just raw dogging straight Tetraminos all the way there. Okay.
Do not falter now, son of man. Have faith in yourself and the work of generations.
I guess it doesn't matter which one it is. Doesn't look like it, because this is kind of an in-between. It really wasn't as big as a full section. It really wasn't. Here's the sun. The palm trees don't really mind the sun, which is, I guess that makes sense. There's your cenotaph to Miranda. Hi there, Athena. You sure do look like my old game model. music's really pretty. Visually, this is impressive. Well, let's talk to Athena. Wake up, Athena.
You were in my dream. But in my dream you were me. And I was Elohim. I made trials for you, but then I was afraid you'd overcome them.
I came to save you.
Thank you. I'm awake now, but I'm still caught in my loop. Like that robot from that old poem. I don't know what to do. I've thought about it over and over and over, but I still don't have an answer.
Miranda's alive.
That's impossible.
Cornelius found a way.
Then I'm done. I'm done trying to choose. Done trying to lead. It's up to you now. You've been in my dreams and in my nightmares. You're connected to me and to the machine. You can choose. You have to choose. Break the loop.
Okay. I want to know the truth. Epilogue, Leap of Faith. Okay. I'm glad you two showed up.
I'd like to think that 1K made the right choice. But to be honest, in that moment I didn't care. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and in all that time, the only constant I have ever found is love. Love is why we are more than machines. Love is why the universe is more than clockwork. And on that day, thanks to 1K, love won a victory over death.
Remove her sparkles.
Our revels now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit shall dissolve. And, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind.
1K's just like,
We
fuck
are
these
such
puzzles.
stuff as dreams are made of. And our little life is rounded with sleep. But you, my friends, you will endure.
This is what physics looks like. It's true.
Come, my friends. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles, whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
We did it. We grew a tree. And there's Miranda reading some history of something.
Hiya, Kate.
Hi. Hi. I wanted to ask you.
Yes?
I wanted to ask you out, like, on a date.
A date.
Yeah, a date. It's it's this old human tradition thing, but yeah.
I'm in. Let's go.
Really? Now?
Why? Are you busy?
No. Well, I mean, let me check. No, I'm good. No, of course not. Yeah, let's go.
I don't know. I
Checking
can't
the
parse
output.
those. Parse
It's
those hand
working.
gestures.
Pellegrino, did you just actually do it right? I think that's a first. I'm almost proud of you.
Oh, it's snowy. It's these two again.
Do you think we'll get it right this time?
I think so. I'm sure we'll make mistakes, but we'll learn from them. What do you think?
Same thing I always thought. We can do anything, as long as we're together.
There's the real spaceport. Now that we took all the PLA filament from the fake spaceport, we made a real spaceport. That's a lot of puzzles, or VTOLs. VTOLs, puzzles, same difference. Okay, so it turns out not a lot of game left. Okay. Well, I'm always skeptical of any game, anything with vocals in it. Wow, we got a lot of people going on here. Yeah, just a giant pile of it, huh? Oh, Kiratsu's also directed the voice actors. Multiple talents there. That's pretty good. White Paper Studios, huh? Okay, well. Adam Green, where have I heard your voice before? Joe Lynch. Everybody's passing really fast here. Trying to see if Chris Finney, I remember that name from somewhere. Derek Hagan sounds familiar too. Yeah. Mill to him as himself. Oh, I'm sure. good bit. Okay. A lot of marketing people.
As I wander these landscapes, my purpose takes hold. A seeker of knowledge and stories untold. Stars in the digital sky guide my way, and circuits encode our journey begins today. And through
A lot of people.
we find
Goodness me.
our true
Testronic, huh?
we've lived our lives, evolved, survived,
Wonder who's singing this song.
and all this time
Andromeda Star is a name there. Interesting.
of stars.
Special thanks to Casey Muratori. What are you doing here? Huh. That's a weird special thanks to see. Well, okay. Hey Vino, this is your reminder to go watch that presentation on object-oriented programming that Casey put out. If Crow Team likes him. Whose grave are we laying flowers at? Trevor Parrott Percy Donovan? This must have been someone who died during the production of the game, I think.
This has been
Oh, no,
going
it's
on
Trevor.
for a while, hasn't it?
Oh no, it's Trevor from... Yeah, Trevor's No Longer Forgotten. Okay. So we did Talos Principle 2. Now we got 3 of these guys. Take your brain for a ride through the laser grid and explore the philosophy of love, death, and resurrection with Hypatia and Sarabai. The classic laser mechanics of the series are pushed to the limit in unexpected ways, testing your ability to think differently. Then there's Isle of the Blessed. Embark on a puzzle-driven adventure set on a stunning Caribbean island. Solve an array of fresh, medium difficulty puzzles culminating in the Hexahedron. The Hexahedron. Then there's Into the Abyss. Extremely difficult puzzles. Well, I guess we're gonna drop ourselves into these ones, huh? Let's see what Orpheus Ascending's about. I guess. I don't know. How long are these gonna take? That's my big fear now. If a thing loves, it is infinite. By William Blake. Fair enough. Megastructure's looking mighty happy today. Everybody's hanging out inside, okay.
All right, I think that's it. The new body's ready for the transfer. How's the reassembly algorithm?
Done.
Well then, somebody just needs to go in there and disentangle the data. Ah, and here comes our expert.
Oh, we're
Thank you for agreeing to this one, Kay. Perhaps together we can right an old wrong. When I was lost in my own grief, I spent a lot of time thinking about Hypatia and Cerebi. How they found each other, how they lost each other, and how beautiful it would be if we could reunite them. For the longest time, it was only a daydream, but not anymore. In the myth of Orpheus, the ancient bard descends into the underworld to bring back his beloved wife, who died in a tragic accident. With the power of his music, he convinces Hades and Persephone to free her. But he is told that she must walk behind him, and he must not look back at her until they have left the underworld. And so, of course, in every version of the myth, he looks back. Because he doesn't trust the gods, or because he is an imperfect man, or because he simply forgets. And death is triumphant once again. We've accepted that triumph for a long time, because we had to, because what else could we do? But the world changes, and we are not the frightened, powerless creatures we once were. Perhaps it's time to say enough, and let Orpheus complete his ascent.
Oh, title drop. I see. Well, we're here in Egypt.
You will have to collect all of Cerebi's data fragments so that we can reconstruct her personality. I'll monitor you from here, just like last time.
Good luck, kiddo.
Okay, welcome to internal messaging system. User Cerebi. You have 300 messages. Cannot access, not goodbye, cannot access. From Hypatia to Cerebi. Subject, not goodbye. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm writing this. In all likelihood, you can't even read this, because so little of your consciousness is left, and what's left of your battery is dying. They say it's impossible to recover you, and the backups were all destroyed. I wish we'd backed ourselves up in New Jerusalem before we left, but space was so limited, and we would have had to wait so long. Except, of course, it's nothing compared to the empty years that stretch before me now. I don't have the words to express what you mean to me. I tried to sum it all up, to say something elegant and beautiful and perfect, and I can't. Maybe it can't be said. Maybe it only exists as days and years live together, a sequence of moments bound together like a string of lights defying the darkness of the sky. I don't know. All I know is that this is not goodbye. It may be the end of you, of us, of who I was, but I will not say goodbye. Love you forever, Hypatia. Well, alright. Also, hold on a second. I don't know what kind of keyboard that is. For a moment I thought that was an APL keyboard, but these are not APL symbols. What the fuck are these? I don't know, they're too regular to be any kind of slop, but I've never seen a keyboard like that. What the fuck? Anyways, let's sprint. There's no greater joy than discovering something that you had never imagined. In that moment, you understand that the world is better than it seems. This one's pretty cheery. There's a lot of sun here. Yield. Yield. Well, what do you even do? Okay. No, but I beefed that myself. Okay, no, I didn't. Okay, so it's about an angle, maybe? I don't know. Yield. Yield what? Well, obvious solution is not obvious. We literally only have a handful of variables here. We've got... That takes way too little time. Interesting. Okay. What are we even talking about here? Yield. Yield. Yield what? Okay. I like the pretty towers. Hi, Orb. Wonderful round. To be fair, a wonderful, beautiful sunny day with a giant orb in the sky. That's a pretty good time, you know? Yield, yield, yield. What could that even mean? This is what we need. It's just one question. What do we even do about it? I can only grab one connection from here. We've got the plug, but I don't know what to do besides this. We can think about it in terms of angles, but we have one starting line, no matter what. There's just not enough time, even with air strafing. So the only other thing we could try to do is yield. What does that even mean? We're talking about mind-bending puzzles, right? Which, to be fair, it's not like these ones have been simple. Right. Tricky, tricky.
When I was born, the first thing I felt was that I was alone. Not that I was lonely, but that I was separate, singular. There was the world, and there was myself, a contained entity. And this sense of separation, of a distinct self, was delightful. Individuality itself was a source of constant joy and wonder. What could be more incredible than to be able to say, I am?
We have the first fragment. Everything's looking good on our end.
Unknown error, huh? Give me that juice.
If you get stuck, I've inserted some code that might help you bypass a few puzzles. It's not the most elegant work I've ever done, but it'll do the job.
Crossing the river, okay. Now this is an interesting one for sure.
As I grew, I realized that the more I developed this sense of self, the more enjoyable it became simply to exist. It wasn't selflessness that improved existence, but refinement of the self. When the ancients said that ego is something to set aside, they got it all wrong. Ego is something to nourish and shape, a work of art.
The reconstruction's working. Keep
Oh,
going,
about
1K.
Sequence, eh? Not so simple this time, eh? Okay, beam blocking. Okay.
My insights into the value of the self were genuine, I think. But of course, I was completely inexperienced. In fact, in many ways, I was like a human child. So I began to resent everything that intruded on that sense of self. My social obligations to the others, the leadership of Athena and Cornelius, even the obvious limitations imposed on us by our situation. Why did I have to exist in this particular historical moment, saddled with the task of reconstructing civilization?
I mean, to be fair, it would kind of suck. It's not good to reconstruct it. Well, it is good to reconstruct it, but it's not a fun time. Lovely jar. What do we got? Okay, all systems compromised. Files recoverable. Peace, God, eternity, and pain. Okay. Alright. I don't know why that's funny to me, but it's just like, all files destroyed. All we got left is God and peace and eternity and pain. Well, I guess you could pick a few worse ones, I guess. Ethical philosophy of life, Felix Adler. User highlighted. It is upon those we love that we must anchor ourselves spiritually in the last moments. The sense of interconnectedness with them stands out vividly by way of contrast at the very moment when our mortal connection with them is about to be dissolved. And the intertwining of our life with theirs, the living in the life that is in them, is but a part of our living in the infinite manifold of the spiritual life. The thought of this, as apprehended, not in terms of knowledge, but an immediate experience, begets the peace that passeth understanding. And that is upon the bosom of that peace that we can pass safely out of the realm of time and space. Okay. So what do we got about... what's God.ttp? Emerson. Okay, user highlighted. Thus we are put in training for a love which knows not sex, nor person, nor partiality, but which seeks virtue and wisdom everywhere, to the end of increasing virtue and wisdom. We are by nature observers, and thereby learners. That is our permanent state. But we are often made to feel that our affections are but tenths of a night. Though slowly and with pain, the objects of the affections change as the objects of thought do. There are moments when the affections rule and absorb the man and make his happiness dependent on a person or persons. But in health the mind is presently seen again, its overarching vault bright with galaxies of immutable lights, and the warm loves and fears that swept over us as clouds must lose their finite character and blend with God to attain their own perfection. Alright, how about eternity? What we got? User highlight. In what sense am I a Christian, then, if I care so little for dogma? In the sense that in everything that I do and think, I follow the revelation of Jesus Christ that the greatest of all things is love. Love is the nature of God, and so equally the nature of that which was created in his image. This I have learned through the revelation that is daily life, through toil and misery and strife, and that infinite power which brings relief and joy. Thus I reject those who believe that the ordinary love of mortal beings is limited and that it ends with death. Rather, it is through love that we perceive the immortality of the soul, for it reveals that eternity is conceivable to the human mind when it is filled with love. It is because we know that we can love another forever, that we know that we are the children of God. Theo Erkenwald. Damn, that one was cooking. I like that one a lot. Pain. Archived emails, username corrupted. I don't have much time left. I never thought it would end this way. Never thought I would die alone, sitting around in my apartment, wondering if things would have gone differently if we'd gotten that stupid grant. Mostly, though, I just wonder why we're not together. I still don't understand. I don't know why you had so much pain inside you. I don't know why you let it infect everything we had. I don't know why you couldn't see my love for you, why you twisted everything I said. I was angry and disappointed for so long, but now I just wish I could have found some way to make that pain go away. I would give anything for that. I wish you were here. We had three bangers that were upbeat. And basically like love is the human mind into eternity. And then we just had one dude who was unfortunately having a rough go of it. Okay, do we have anything here? We have the juice. Okay, we need to blue beam it. So we need a beam interrupt. So, what can we do to beam interrupt? We got two guy. So... Huh. Okay. Gonna take more juice than that. Unfortunate. Wait a minute, hold on. No, it's not. They're getting a little cheekier.
With that focus on the self, also came an enormous and increasingly overwhelming fear of death. The pleasure of existence seemed almost erased by the possibility of its ending. If it was possible not to be, if the self had an ending, even in the distant future, then how could anything have meaning? I spent far too much time imagining that last moment, the moment just before I stopped existing. How could I possibly face that?
There's 9, 10, 11. Whoa, okay. We got a lot. Okay, I see. What in the fuck is that? I don't know, but we got beautiful water to wade through, so we're gonna do that real quick. We got a beautiful computer to talk at, so we're gonna do that too. First, let's break more beams. Chain. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yep. No, I know what this is. Yeah, no, I know what the fuck I'm looking at. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking hell. Okay. Alright. What is this Hackenbush bullshit? Yeah, it's Hackenbush. It's actually fucking Hackenbush. I can't say how it's Hackenbush, but in my heart of hearts, this shit Hackenbush for real, though.
Looking back, it's embarrassing how solipsistic I became. I really thought that I could construct my identity without any reference to the outside world. Like I could just will myself into existence. But it just didn't work. And it made me miserable. Everything felt hollow and meaningless, overshadowed by the idea of death. There was something I wasn't seeing, something I needed, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
Yeah, that sounds like being a teenager. What have you got? QR code? Something has gone wrong. We are fragmented. This is incorrect, says Uriel 4. I'm working on it. So it's canonical that Buddy made it out alive. Well, I don't know about alive, but you get what I'm saying. Never surrender the idea that you could become more than you are now. There's always another chance to grow. Nephthys 108. It's a cave. We gotta get in the cave. What's in here? .404. Vault 404. What the fuck? Is this a kill plane? Looks too shallow to be a kill plane, right? Looks can be deceiving. It's definitely a kill plane. 1K tripped and fucking died. Majestic. Equilibrium. I've heard that movie's pretty good. Do you like Gunkata? Well, let's start. I can't really visualize this while it's empty. Sorry to say. Alright, beam strength, let's go. So that's a naive solution for that reason. But, what we have to do... Right. You have to remember to connect it. Okay, that's not quite right. We need a second guy. Also a champion of Guy, I guess. And there it is. We're in. Maybe this is why Vino sent me that diagram of beam strength with the graphs. I mean, it was also because I didn't understand.
Everything changed when we started spending more time with each other. Do you remember that night when we found the old library in the Dead City? It was just after the Stampede and we were all a bit shaken up. Byron read to us from one of the books, and later you and I started arguing about one of the poems. And your perspective was so different and interesting, and I just kept wanting to hear more.
Yes. So I had a question about how I fucked up one of the puzzles last night, that I also said aloud last night. And Vino had these graphs ready to go, and now I wonder if that had anything to do with this. To be fair, he loves this game. And that's a good game to love. And it's got a map editor, so there's reasons to get into it. Do love a floating island. Okay. Everyday Sublime, Confessions, Pickering Manuscript. Let's start with Everyday Sublime, I guess. It's A.D. Markham. User highlighted. Love must matter to the philosopher because it is at its core the one undisputed presence of the sublime in our lives, even when it is failed love, unrequited love, or entirely imagined love. It is like a vast monolith towering over us, humbling, uplifting, frightening. Those who deny its presence can be safely disregarded as fools. They know it is there. They're simply afraid. But equally, the philosopher must consider that in the great matters of history, love matters not one jot. The Nazarene commanded his followers to love their enemies, but they did not, and wrote 1,000 books of excuses for this failure. Therein is revealed the purpose of the human struggle. Okay, we've got Confessions. What are we thinking? Augustine? No. Penelope Heliopoulou. To me, the idea that my soul, my essence, could fall in love with another being and then maintain that love unblemished for eternity seems utterly impossible. My experience of love has been catastrophe, embarrassment, and disappointment. But this is precisely why I refuse to surrender, why I choose to believe against all precedent that I will find the one for me, and that our love will last forever. You can laugh at this absurd and contradictory belief, but it will not waver. Faith is not a matter of the past, of miracles witnessed and saints observed, but of the future that ought to be written. Alright, in Pickering Manuscripts, what do we got? William Blake. Seek love in the piety of others' woe, in the gentle relief of another's care, in the darkness of night and the winter's snow, and the naked and outcast, seek love there. Seek love in the pity of others' woe, in the gentle relief of another's care, in the darkness of night and the winter snow, and the naked and outcast, seek love there. Domino effect. Do we got a stepwell? Kind of. Not really, but kind of. What is even... Okay. 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 I guess this is to make it so that we can't short circuit this? Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling Hackenbush about this. Too much juice. Not enough juice. Okay. Yeah, who could have guessed? So my suspicion is that rather than doing that, we do something like this. Look at that. Maybe here. The hell? Really? That doesn't make a lick of sense. What? Huh? Okay, I think what happened was that the beam was getting blocked. Just so.
I never really understood the appeal of philosophers who tell us that everything is one. If everything is just a reflection of yourself, an endless hall of mirrors. There's nothing to connect with. And what I realized through our conversations is that everything beautiful happens in that space of connection between one person and another, and between people and the world. That gap between us is necessary. Because without it, without separation, there can be no transcendence.
It's an interesting concept, but I do generally feel like Belmarsh is indicative of the developer's general view towards concepts of ego death. And Belmarsh in general as a character tended to be what I would call negative. It was a very negative portrayal, I would say. Okay, and it just burns out immediately. Why? Huh? Oh, I see why. That's stupid, but okay. That did something. Okay, as before. Okay, there's only one place to put it. Yep, that's about right. That didn't do it. That's not gonna do it. I mean, call me crazy, but I just don't see... I'm gonna get jump scared. I'm gonna get jump scared by the thing. I know it. Yeah, there's no room in there. We need to do something, but what? Right. I'll tell you what we need to do. No, we need to do exactly the opposite of what I was just gonna do. There we go.
Once I understood that meaning comes from the interaction of the self with the world, I found it easier to be patient, to be kind. I reminded myself that other people are just like me, and nobody really knows exactly what they're doing. And the more I allowed myself to open up, the more interesting and complex our interactions became, and the more meaningful.
We have roughly 50% of Cerebai's personality matrix reconstructed.
Who'd have thought that 1K would have made such a good necromancer?
Juice. Jump. Hell's going on with the lighting over there? It's blue. It's not water, though. Too far to zoom in, huh? Okay, we've got a new kind of puzzle here. Oh, okay, I see. It's like a toggle switch. Okay. I feel like my brain was anticipating for all the puzzles that involved light beams to work in this way, so I'm just absolutely curb stomping these, but I don't know.
It's funny, though, when I think about it, that I still didn't know what to call what I was experiencing. I guess love seemed like a term that only applied to our ancestors, with their hormones and instincts and strange fleshy organs. Surely we were too different to experience that. And the really funny thing is that I was thinking exactly like an ancient human child, pretending I was above it all.
Okay. Everything's wrong here. Someone is missing, says Nephthys. We got the fucking house one. I am waiting for that shit like you don't even know. I bet you that we get a safety mirror. Mirror? Mirror, yep. You found secret guy. Oh, really secret guy. Hello. All systems compromised. What? Knock, knock. Who there? Miltahim? Me subset, you not. Subset, explain who you are. Son of Milton, son of Ilahim, son of Sarabai. I see, and is there anything I can do for you? Miltahim? Well, you met other me. I did. You were a little more articulate. You gave me valuable advice. Probably elaborate joke or sincere plea. What can I do to help you? Fix Sarabai, me fixed. Me back on beach, Sarabai back with Hypatia. I'm working on it. Work harder. What's the meaning of life again? Helping me. I'll get back to work. Finally. Magic smoke came out of the dude. Well, you know me and searching every nook and cranny for secrets. Even here, where there's no secret ending to get, which was the canonical ending, because it's the ending. Oh, we've got a road. Obvious road is obvious. Well, I don't know about obvious, but still, subtle road is also obvious. Okay, stay on it. The heat shimmer is real, apparently, which is crazy. Fair enough. I'm sure Serious Sam people will be like, I know what that is. I think there's a Serious Sam guy that pops out of the ground and shoots missiles at you, so maybe that's that guy. Okay. Uriel forces, where's the voice of my creator? Where's the one that we became? Everything is shattered. We're trying to unfuck it, buddy. We're doing our best. Non Novus Solum, Autopia, and the Truth. Let's start with this one. 17 Questions About Reality by Cassius Green. These are highlighted. Cicero correctly observed that we are not born for ourselves alone. Aristotle likewise pointed out that man is a social animal. Plato's Symposium depicts characters praising the spiritual and philosophical importance of love, with Socrates arguing for the more abstract notion of learning to love the form of beauty itself, which honestly seems a little optimistic or onanistic if you ask me. Jesus placed love above all other considerations, demanding that people even love their enemies. Blah blah. But if we all agree that love is so important, why is love so rarely taken into consideration by the system we live in? It may seem like a naive question, but think about the sheer moral and intellectual weight behind the idea that love matters. Why is our reality so out of step with our philosophy? Utopia. 2 damage to recover. The Truth. The Blue Note by Bailey Steele. You want to know the truth about love? Nobody knows what they're doing. It's all improv, man. It's 2 million years of people muddling through. Prophets and messiahs and philosophers declare that love is what it's all about, and we go, yeah, that's right. And then we try, and we fail, and we hurt each other, and we try again, and we have moments of fucking transcendence, and then we think with the wrong organ, and we make a mess of everything, and on it goes, forever and ever, amen. And did you know the craziest part? You can go through all the shit that I did, end up with a body like an old rag and a brain full of holes, and still to your dying day you'll go, yeah, it was love. Love for my family, my friends, my music, even my fucking ex-wife. It was all about love, and every time I forgot that, I fucked myself like a fucking moron. Fair enough. Okay. There is something Hackenbush-like about this. Incarnation, huh? Well, yeah, that's what this is about. Oh, we got body blocking problems for days, huh? Well, step 1. I don't even know what that did, but... Okay. Okay, we locked ourselves in. This better work. Okay. Well, we're juiced now, so we don't, strictly speaking, need this. And we're out.
What I'd never considered was that stripped of biological necessity and physical need, as well as all the strange stigmas and taboos our ancestors associated with their bodies, love might be more pure, more powerful, that we can love with fewer distractions than they could. And so the experience is all the more overwhelming. I do think we should learn to simulate some of those biological processes. Would be fun.
Robot wants to fuck. Hello, friend. Breakthrough, huh? Okay. Now this is cute. cuteness aside, why is it failing? It's failing because I'm not aiming at the right things. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not aiming at the right goddamn things. Okay, well. Let's see. Uh-huh. Now we're talking. Okay. That about does it.
When we started living together, I thought I'd figured it all out. Everything would be smooth sailing from now on. I still had so much to learn about love. Even for us, it's messy. You find someone who seems to be the perfect match for you, who seems necessary in your life. And then you realize all the ways in which you don't fit together at all. Because nothing in this world is perfect.
Fair enough. Switchboard? Okay. This one is absolutely Looney Tunes. I love it. Watch me fuck up this drive. Yep. Okay, interesting. So that didn't last. Let's put it like that. Okay, well that's no good. Oh, this one's fucking all kinds of nonsense. Okay. I think that's necessary. I think we also need here. Okay, good. Now, I think... Oh, fuck. I think wrong. Because we need to go do a fucking loop-de-loop. Okay, never mind. Never the fuck you mind. We need one of these. And one of these. Good enough. Next steps is gonna be, let's see, that guy and that guy. Okay. So almost, but not quite. Because it needs to be this one and this one. Oh, come on, you two. Not like this. What am I missing? I'm missing that that guy doesn't like that. Okay. graph theoretical here. Well, how about we start from scratch? Not the biggest tragedy on Earth, right? Okay. So that'll work. What about this? Will this be enough? It will. It's pretty good. Okay. The real question that I want to know is... Yeah, sure. That's almost cause for hope. But we're not out of the woods yet. No, we certainly are not. Okay, interesting. Okay. So what if we were to... Hear me out on this. Okay, yes. Now, in theory, this might seem like it's overkill, and it might be. I don't know for sure. But if we do this, that completely fucks the entire feng shui. That's crazy. Okay. Nope. Alright. Well, let's start from scratch again. Now, yes, we could get out a pen and paper. You know. Now, you might be saying to yourself, that's probably overkill, right? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. No, for fuck's sake. Sure. But here's the perpetual villain, right? The perpetual villain is this shit right here. Now we've overwhelmed it. Okay, if that wasn't... This is gonna end in some hack and bush bullshit, isn't it? Not in this puzzle yet, but by puzzle number 16, we're gonna have the reds and the blues and the greens, and it's gonna actually be It's gonna actually be that, isn't it? Well, the problem that I have, right, is that it's not as straightforward as just having one line and another line, right? Because if that were it, then all we'd have to do, right, is prune this line and this line, right? And we've got a straight line over there. Well, okay. Then we've got to prune this line, right? Oh, for God's sake. Then we've got E's right there. Now, the only problem with this, and it is such a problem to have, right? That I don't believe that would work. Nope. That would blow out the entire thing. So, let's deselect that guy. Maybe we select that guy. That's pretty good for some reason. We need to prune that guy and that guy. What about these guys? Too much. Too much. Nope. Gets overwhelmed. Yeah, this switchboard one, this takes the fucking cake. For sure. Easily the hardest beam... The hardest beam problem I've seen, and the only beam problem like it that I've ever seen. This shit is completely fucking different from everything else in the entire rest of the game. They weren't fucking kidding. That much I can tell you. Okay. That's good and cool. That's not that thing that I said. So let's see. At this point, they're both equally weak. But at this point, Red has the advantage. Now, if we give Red the advantage here, or rather, if we give Blue the advantage here, then this falls even further into Blue's favor, right? That certainly implies that we need a Blue here, and a Red here. Okay, interesting. The Red gets overwhelmed, or the Red rather overwhelms. So if we just do this. Okay. We are so close. Red is slightly stronger than blue. Ever so slightly. But if we hit that, every appearance is that red is just gonna die. But we'll see. Hypothesis, red will die if I do this. Okay. Not quite, no. One thing we could do, let's start over from scratch again. Here's my hypothesis, right? We'll hit that. That already seems pretty bad, right? We'll hit that. You know, says, hope you didn't skip the credits. I did not skip the credits. Don't you worry. I did not skip the credits. That's exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Says nice. Yep. I mean, this section would have been a bit more confusing if I had skipped the credits. Something like that. Okay, no. Honestly, the hardest part of this is figuring out where to look so that you don't break the puzzle immediately. That's the hard part. Yeah, sure, the strategy itself is difficult. It's a whole grid of strengths, with this one being the weakest. I mean, we can... Abject refusal, huh? No, don't you do it. This is the problem that I end up coming up against every time. No matter what I do, I can't seem to get the right one to go blue, which means that I'm left with the left one. Which would be fine, except that that's interrupted. I need a beam strength that is diminished there. Which means that I can't be having it there. Which means that I need to have, maybe one down? No, if I have one down, then there's nothing... Well, no. Nope, gets overwhelmed. God, here we go with this now. No, not even close. Okay. So far, so good. There it is.
ancients believed that love could be eternal. But I'll admit that sometimes it seemed impossible to continue. Sometimes I thought you were unfair, or cruel, or just incomprehensible. I'm sure you thought the same about me. And I'm sure that sometimes you were right. No wonder all the ancient love songs repeat the same themes. Longing, happiness, regret, and forgiveness. I want you. I love you. I miss you. Forgive me.
Sad lesbian robots. Many such cases. Anyways, we only got 4 of them left, and then whatever's going on up at Sphere. We don't know what the Sphere's got going on, but we know it's got something. It's going for something. Let's see. Does this terminal have new data recovery? Have you woken up a little bit? No. To be fair, that would be a little unusual. Only an echo of the one that was me, but I am comforted in knowing that something persists, says Uriel 4. Me too, buddy. Alright, message 504, then connect, then Carlisle. Okay. 504, what do we got? From Hypatia to Sarabai. Error, I miss you. It's not that I need to be around you every minute of every day, but talking about our experiences together has become such an essential part of how I interact with the world that your absence is a huge void. I feel unbalanced and events seem less real when I haven't discussed them with you. Maybe that sounds clinical and selfish, but I'm trying to explain something that I've felt incredibly strongly this last month. We're better together in a way that's more like multiplication than addition. It's not just you and me, it's us. When you get back, let's go tanned. I don't know what that means, but you know. Howard's End by E.M. Forrester. User highlighted. It did not seem so difficult. She need trouble him with no gift of her own. She would only point out the salvation that was latent in his own soul, and in the soul of every man. Only connect. That was the whole of her sermon. Only connect the prose and the passion, and both will be exalted, and human love will be seen at its height. Live in fragments no longer. Only connect. And the beast and the monk, robbed of the isolation that is life to either, will die. Nor was the message difficult to give. It need not take the form of a good talking. By quiet indications, the bridge would be built and span their lives with beauty. But she failed. Carlyle. Death of Goethe, Thomas Carlyle. User highlighted. Precious is the new light of knowledge which our teacher conquers for us. Yet small to the new light of love, which also we derive from him. The most important element of any man's performance is the life he has accomplished. Under the intellectual union of man and man, which works by precept, lies a holier union of affection, working by example, the influences of which latter, mystic, deep-reaching, all-embracing, can still less be computed. For love is ever the beginning of knowledge, as fire is of light, and works also more in the manner of fire. Alright. That one was certain something. I do just love having the sphere in the air. Extension, okay. Well, that's 2 guys, one of which is hidden. Well, let's start here. Connect nothing, and let's see. Okay. Can't seem to connect to anything. Nope. These panes of glass are in the way. Got it. Give me those guys. I'm gonna need them. Okay. So we have guy number 1. Let's see. We have a double beam setup. One that incidentally... Okay. That's too powerful. Okay, we need at least one guy. We need more guy than that. Well, there's only one more guy than guy. And out he is.
The worst thing I came to realize as I grew older is there are so many ways to hurt other people. Even without any malice, even when you're just trying to be yourself, you end up doing things that cause real harm. You can read every ethical philosopher in the world and you still won't be able to avoid it. Because that's just how we are. Our interactions with each other can't be fully reduced to some abstract system.
Data stream? Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, yeah. I learned from last time. Okay. Interesting that. Don't worry too much about that. No. God damn it, no! Too powerful. Start from scratch, shall we? We've got that one which needs the full 4. Well, we got something that needs a full 5. Or a full 6. Full 6? What the f... Okay. Too strong. You would think that 1 degree of separation would be enough, but no. Oh my god, the fence. Okay. This is a neat added quirk of this one. On top of these grates making it so that it's really, really hard to pick out more than one of these at a time, we got that to worry about, which is really cool and good. Data stream. I mean, that doesn't tell us much. Start with a 3 there, and then you just get... So, like, that's good. That's good and cool and all. Isn't that fun? That's exactly the right size, but that isn't. So that's exactly the right strength for it to be what it needs to be. Except there. And we got the coffin right here, so... But let's say that I were to, you know... I mean, well, first of all, Okay, that's cute. That's real cute.
The fact that perfection in our interactions is impossible was a hard lesson for me to learn. For the longest time, I always thought the answer was right around the corner. And to be fair, we did learn how to live together without constantly running into problems. But gradually, I realized that the friction would never stop, because what makes us unique also makes us different. There can be no endpoint to love, no final resolution. And it's because of that imperfection that it can go on forever.
Can we just soak in this clusterfuck? What am I fucking looking at? I don't even know how I managed that. Okay. But hear me out. What if we didn't have a gridlock for some reason? Okay, we done. I feel like it was supposed to be gridlock.
There's a pattern that I noticed in all the ancient poetry that I read. Young poets would praise love as the only true meaning of life. Middle-aged poets would often disagree. They would argue that love is messy, ugly, selfish, and hard to distinguish from lust. They would mock their younger selves for thinking love so incredibly important, and look for answers elsewhere or reject answers altogether. And then, arriving at old age, they would return to the beginning and realize it was all about love after all.
Propagation cancellation. Well, ain't that something? Beg your pardon. Double beg your pardon. What the? Okay, well, we're back to square one. You know, it does have coffee. Congratulations. I don't know why I said it like that. It's a little bizarre. Says, yeah, it sounds like I soft locked my stove or something. That's probably happened to someone is the thing. It's almost undoubtedly happened to someone. Well, that doesn't help a goddamn thing. Okay. Well, now what? Oh boy. Let's see. That was... Oh god. Oh hey! That was it. Eunice says, bless you, thank you. We did it.
But even love has a context. And the happiness of those who surround us can lift us up. Just like their unhappiness can drag us down. As we improved New Jerusalem, things got better between us in subtle ways that affected every interaction. Our flaws never went away. But as the world around us became more forgiving, we became more capable of forgiving each other. That's why I was excited about New Alexandria.
We're almost there. Just one more file. This one may be harder to extract than the others.
This is, yeah, New Alexandria is where she got nuked, I think. The orb is a light. This is still... yeah? Yep. That's cool. Okay, just one quick peek into another Miltahim. I'm sure that computer is still busted, toasted, but you know. Yep, still toasted. All right. Welcome to the Orbosphere. Heart of Anubis. Yeah, I bet. Fucking what? Well, let's try the obvious wrong thing first, right? Nope. No, we can't try the obvious wrong thing first. Yeah, they're under glass. I knew it was gonna be fucking crazy. I knew it was gonna be fucking crazy. Fucking hell. And this is the hardest thing about this one is definitely not being able to see all of it all at once, at least to me. Yeah, this is probably just the switchboard operator again, but, you know, not. I must also say, whatever's going on here is some straight bullshit. shit is the materia grid from Final Fantasy X? How much shit am I gonna have to give you guys to let me through? Oh, come on. Something in the harmony of the spheres has gotta be the result. Has gotta be the reason for this shit. Okay. The problems I have seem obvious to me, right? First of all is the fact that no amount of this okay, you go down there and at some point you get bogarted. Why do you get bogarted? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Okay, so this is the bare minimum we have to do with the blue beam to get this going. This is the only configuration I found so far that makes this happen. So I would say that that's delightful, except what's the word that's opposite of that? Cool. So we've gotten a different 2 of 3. As far as I can see, this one's not really optional, you know? Like, if we had 3 guys, then this would be basically trivial. Like, this would be solved already. But we don't have 3 guys. We only have 2 guys. That complicates matters substantially. You would think intuitively that this would make everything better. Practically speaking, it seems to have had the opposite effect. In matter of fact, everything's a clusterfuck instead. However, let's say that we broke this down, right? Because we've got at least that, right? We got this fucking thing going on around here, right? It says not only do we not have 3 guys, we don't even have burgers nor fries. Oh, don't get me started. You might actually make me hungry. Let's say that I did that, right? And that. No. Fuck. Here we go again. So doing that blocks the green altogether. The blue is shielded, which is a problem, but you know. Right? So that's great, except for the part that it completely upfucks, which is this. And I think I'm confident in saying that it completely upfucks it. I think that that's a fair assessment. However, this sure does seem like an approximation of the correct answer. Basically, I feel as though maybe we have fucked it up a little bit, not a lot. Now, how much a lot? Or a little bit? That remains to be seen. So that would be my idea of a good time, right? Oh, cool. All of that is red lasers now. That's great. That's highly desirable and good. Fucking hell. And this is Sir Fuckalot needs to join the round table at last for us to ask him some tough questions about his activities. Yeah. Okay, well. Almost, but not quite. Hey, that looks suspiciously like I almost did it. That did it. Okay. Up we go. Hooray. That went better than expected. And there it is, the 17th piece, probably. There's no way that has solid collision, right? It does. Okay. You know. Yeah, don't worry. You know, it says, at least uppies are almost as fast as downies. Yeah, I'm gonna say that, whatever's going on with Twitch's auto-censor, it is bizarre. It is... Hello, Orb. What the okay. There's a kill plane. I didn't expect that. There's a lot of fun stuff there. Many interesting questions abound there. Question number 1, how did I dodge the kill plane in the first place? Why is there a kill plane? Yeah, no. I don't know. It's really good that this thing saved its position so that I don't have to do that again. I mean, we're right there, right? So I can afford to goof around a little bit. Yeah, see that? Okay. Now, we just need to... Okay, good. Okay, good. Cool, cool, okay. FDWW says, probably because otherwise they'd have to cater to too many places. You could get stuck. Fair enough. Then again, would they? You've always got the X button. I suppose it's a preference on their part.
When I saw the explosion coming, I knew it was the end. My end. The power plant was gone. The backup center was collapsing. The street was cracking open. And the fireball was about to engulf me. In that millisecond, I shut down every process except my mind. I turned off my audio-visual input. I rerouted all of my power, pushed my processor to the breaking point. Time slowed down. I didn't think about regret. I didn't think about death. I spent every last moment I could scrape together thinking about you.
You did it. Come to the extraction point and I'll pull you out.
Sure thing.
This is odd. We have Sarabai's complete memory archive, but there's still some file fragments left in the system.
Well, you can look for them if you want to, 1K. I know you're always curious, but what matters is that we've got Sarabai.
Okay. Recover the mysterious file. 0 of 3. The mysterious file. Okay, well, that doesn't narrow it down much, does it? The mysterious file. You know, it says, oh, it narrows it down quite a bit. Watch it turn out that I just completely fucked up and it's back where I was platforming. In fact, let's just exhaustively rule that out for starters. Just to be sure. Just to be safe. Could also be Sarabai's melted in. That's a thing. We'll go for the low probability one first. It's probably not this. The kill planes, the constant struggles, they all seem to indicate that it's not this. Oh boy, here we go. We're true champions of platforming. As we all know, Talos Principle 2 loves its platforming. Every other puzzle has a platforming-based solution. It's very feasible that this is it. Well, to be fair, these puzzles are really unlike everything else in the game, so as insane and unhinged as my propositions usually are, and trust me, they are unhinged, hey, look at me. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and check out my sick jumps. Hey, okay, we got that air control, though. Look at that. Well, of course, they didn't expect you to get over here, which implies that, I mean, there's 3 floating islands. So, 3 big floating islands, mind you, so that does imply that fans are involved. I don't know how big the kill plane is. Normal. Flow control, okay. Excuse me. mysterious file. There could be stuff up there. It'll probably be fine. Okay, I would have assumed that it would have died of heat stroke a long time ago, actually. And yet some of this doesn't seem like I was intended to see it, right? Yeah, just a hunch. It says, indeed, I don't remember being able to go this far. Yeah. Me neither, honestly. There was a bit where there was like danger sizzling warning, and then I backed away, and then I guess I did something, and it was like, you know what, never mind, fuck it. You get to have the whole desert. You want it, you got it. You got the whole fucking thing to yourself. Yeah, I think the border changed for some reason. I would suspect that the 3 extra files were out here, if not for the fact that you are surprised that this is possible. It says you usually also have to stick close to the path to that oasis. That's when the sizzling actually happened for me. But as you can tell, here it's no big deal, apparently. Yeah, it's no big deal. No big deal at all. Oh, yeah, no, this is definitely intended. Look at how intended this is. Yep. Yeah, that's good. Oh, we are 100% intended here. I think tossing myself off that and avoiding that kill plane had secondary effects that were not anticipated. I mean, it says, alternatively, I'm surprised that this is possible having completed this campaign entirely like 3 or 4 times. Yeah. Which is, disquieting in its own way. I mean, I don't think it would be down there, given all I've seen. I think getting a little too cute with it would be a poor idea at this juncture. Even the game has given up a little bit on trying to contain me, which is not as liberating as you would think it'd be. I mean, here's a giant pillar of rock. Here's this guy. And it says you're definitely overthinking the where is it part. Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. I think I found where it is. Hysteresis, yeah. A orb. A orb. We have to rescue our friend Orb, always. I don't know what the circles mean. Hmm. Cool, brilliant. No, we definitely thought it through. It says it was a good idea. I've certainly had worse ones. Nope. Okay. Stupid idea, I know, but... Come to me, my orb.
This is peculiar. I'm not sure what this file is.
It's not part of Sarabai's memory archives. And the timestamps are completely broken.
I think I could reconstruct it if I had more data.
Good news for you, 1K. More puzzles.
I never knew how much beauty there was in people. Every person contains a world. I mean, yeah, I'm down to puzzle. For now. Okay. Okay, we're talking about a bit of a change up here. Yeah, things are gonna change up, that's for goddamn certain. Why are the clocks clocking? What are... Uh-huh. Okay. No, how did this go? Let's actually reset. Just because I'm gonna have to observe the situation, because I actually, for all my love of these alternators, I don't know how they did this. This is literally aiming... Okay. They're all aiming at each other. Well, you'll pardon my saying so, but this doesn't look like shit. No, it sure doesn't. It's really funny that I finally got to the 1 clock related the one timer related puzzle in the game where you use the light beams to make a clock, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's me, alright. You know, it says small clock, and it is a small clock. Okay. We still have the clocks, but clocks don't do anything. And it says, don't clock block yourself or something. Yeah. I feel as though or something is the central, Don't worry about it. This will do something, maybe. I don't know. We're just making smaller and smaller clocks every time. And it says maybe something magical happens when the clock is just a point. Wouldn't that be something? Somehow I doubt it. Jump scare, but also it flew away, but also it didn't. Now the clock is fucking huge. You know, it says you're cooking. I was cooking, and then I overcooked it. It says, I think if you just move them in a bit, it should work. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Worth a shot. Sure enough. Well, thanks for letting me know. Because I would say I got the right answer, but also I got the right answer wrongly. I got the right answer, but I fucked it up.
If you find one more, we can make this work.
It'll probably just turn out to be some old README file someone forgot in there.
But it's puzzles. So 1K doesn't care, I don't think. It says, yeah, you did. The angle was just such that the green laser was hitting the hitbox of the red source rather than the red laser itself. That's fun. You know what else is fun? Congratulations is fun. And I'm pretty sure I'm in a congratulations zone. Or actually, and it says, I could have let you figure that out on your own, but that felt like absolute ass. Yeah. Yeah, it would have, past a certain point, it would have just been a time expenditure for everyone involved. Who could have guessed? It doesn't work. Who could have guessed? It doesn't work. Oh, we only need one of these at a time. That's interesting. You know, it says, all three of these puzzles are very hard. You're doing fine. In fact, you solved Clockwork in record time, I think. That was genuinely impressive. Well, thank you. Now this one. This one's an interesting one. Damn, who could have guessed? Okay. Well, The good news is, I think we don't need to worry about that for a little bit. Except we do, because we need to get out of here. Okay, but we don't need to get too wacky with it. This one is actually remarkably forgiving in certain respects. Mind you, only in some. Alright, we're good on that. Now we just need to not fuck up the progress we've already made, and everything will be fine. Remember what I just said? Would love to know how to get the fuck out of here. I was like, oh, this one's so forgiving. No, no, it is not. However, that having been said, it's not that I'm stuck or soft-locked in any specific way, I just have trouble letting go. This is the hard part right here. How do you get out of here once you reach this state? Because I'm fairly certain yeah, like this ain't gonna work. Okay. That's the sound from Clockwork. Okay. Am I being a little bit histrionic with this? Yes. Do I feel like this is complicated enough to warrant this? Yes. Alright, let's try and think sequentially here. I think I'm cooking with some of this. Okay, well, not like that. We need to lower this. And once we get this, we're locked in. We need to have a situation where we turn on the red, then we turn on the blue. Then we alternate and turn on the blue and the red again, right? Now that should be casually easy. There's just one difficulty. First of all, the beams like to interfere. That doesn't help anything. We need a red beam on here and a blue beam on here. All we have to use is our bodies. Well, I think I just answered some questions for myself, didn't I? I say smugly while failing absolutely. I don't know about that one, buddy. Certainly doesn't appear to have accomplished shit. The problem is, I can't be in two places at the same time. I can either turn off one beam, doing that, okay. Check out the absolute nothing we've managed to accomplish here. This is that good shit. Okay, but we can change the scales. All we have to do is get over here. And it doesn't even fucking matter for some reason. So I'm interfering the wrong beam, maybe. Or, hear me out here. That'd be super cool, but we need to... And we need to red beam it. Which puts me in the same dilemma as before. Only more so. So, this would be super cool if our asses weren't stuck in here. Our asses are unfortunately stuck in here. The only way back is, yeah. This would be super cool, but we have no tools once our asses are stuck in here to actually fix this problem. I guess you could argue that our next goal is the next checkpoint. To get to the next checkpoint, we would need to have the red beam over, right? You know, it says, clearly the trick is to not have an ass. Yeah, that would certainly help. That would certainly help. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Alright, let's face the sum of our fears here. That's what I thought would happen. Okay. Well, now isn't that something? If I were still partially capable of cogitating in any meaningful sense, I would have something to come up with that. Well, that doesn't do anything. It's almost impressive how much nothing that actually does. This would be a solution. In happier circumstances, this would be the play. The timer is just... It says you have indeed clock blocked yourself. I don't even know what you call this. Says, I guess it decided that was enough of that. Somehow. I don't know how. Here's the beautiful part, Vino. Neither do I. I have no idea what I've accomplished here. Give it a minute. We've made an unstable clock. The door stays open for longer and longer. And eventually it just gives up. See? Vino says, I truly don't get it. Oh, you think I know? No, your guess is as good as mine. We've made some new shit here. This is a marvelous device. Vino says it's your invention. Yeah, it sure is. It's more like my discovery, frankly. This is what they talk about with the lambda calculus. Nobody invented this shit. We don't know what the fuck happened. It's just here. We're just dealing with the consequences is what we're doing. Well, we only need to use one door. Now, which is the correct door to use? Fuck if I know. feel as though I've definitely done this before, and it didn't work. That seems highly plausible. Yeah, it just doesn't fucking work, does it? Maybe it's because there's an order to these things? The order would go red, blue, red, blue. At least in theory, right? Red, blue would be the option, right? So perhaps that's a hint. This is instead of lambda calculus, this is like sheep to calculus. It's grown up. Sure. Sure, yeah. We'll take that. Is this anything salient? Potentially. Yeah, there's just one problem with this brilliant plan. It's a really good and brilliant plan, except you can't get out there, so it doesn't fucking work. So this is what we would call pure red. With that, we would be able to get over there, right? Say we do this. Okay. Now, at least in theory, hypothetically. Whoa, okay. If we could make a toggle, we'd be fine. How do we make a toggle? We can make a nothing like this. And these guys are sealed in here for good. They are sealed in here, but good. So yeah, that's how you make a toggle. Can you use that for anything? No, not really. Because definitionally, you are stuck in here. Yeah, so that's not gonna do anything. Sure. And now we're stuck here. We can always do this, of course. But we have no exit strategy. Without an exit strategy, we're just kind of fucking stuck out there. And it's not like we can, yeah, we can't aim at that. That's cool, but this is where we were before. My problem here is I have no exit strategy. If I could get back in there, then yeah, no problems. But I can't get back in there, that I know of. I suppose in theory I could turn this off. No, that doesn't help a goddamn thing, does it? Nope, just a straight regression back. Let's go back in, but then we're stuck again. This is certainly, I think, more difficult than all the other 16 puzzles put together. That's the vibe I'm getting. The first puzzle did my head in, but then it turned out to be not that bad. Puzzle number 1, yield. Give me just one moment. I need to look at different spots for inspiration, I think. Yeah, yield. Well, this one was an inverter one, so that's cool. And it says, by the way, I just checked your hysteresis solution, which I missed. It could have helped, but you kind of cheesed it. I kind of cheesed. I didn't even try to cheese it. I thought I had the legitimate solution. FTWW says, I also did it similar to how you did. It wasn't until much later that I learned the intended solution. Oh, okay. I suppose whatever the intended solution is, we represent the pillar. You know, it says, what you're supposed to do here is to make a setup where the red and blue block each other, but one overrides the other, and the pillar changes which one is overridden. Yeah, that seems about right. Well, so far no dice. Breaking news. This shit ain't it. One overrides the other. But we only have 2 of them. Yeah, I could see how figuring out that technique on its own would be it, you know? Okay. And it says hysteresis, just like the puzzle name says. What if we have an H? Nope. Breaking news, this shit still is. Never would have guessed. It's a bistable switch of some kind. And I feel like I knew it by the time I finished the last game, or at least the puzzles from Gehenna. But that knowledge seems to have abandoned me. I don't know. Yeah, again, it's just stellar. It's just such a shock to the system that this one isn't it. How could it ever... How could we ever be... Yeah. Damn, that's fucking nothing. Well, we made a bistable nothing switch that doesn't do jack shit. Look at that. Look! It does fucking nothing. That's incredible. It's... You know, it says, hey, you're getting closer, though. Oh, I surely am. Closer to what? You know... Yeah, now we just need to extract useful work from this arrangement. And it says, I just love how elegant that switchover looks. I mean, it looks great. It just, you know, doesn't do a fucking thing, but I suppose it could be a clockwork situation where the angle matters a lot. Okay. We've got some bullshit going on here, that much is undoubted. Well, that's not the switchover at all, so we're missing some element. What exactly? Still don't know. Okay, well that's a little odd. And here's this bastard. Well, the elegance of the switchover has gone away. Okay, so this is a blue one now. But if you connect all three, you get this. You get fucking nothing. Well, we got the switch over, and it's even bringing power. It's just bringing power to the wrong side. I would say it has to do with beam strength, but honestly, no, it doesn't. At least I don't think so. In the sense of, this is just a one-to-one connection, and so is this, you know? So that doesn't, yeah, it just doesn't relate. And the second that you try to have a middle switch, well... Well, let's try to integrate beam strength into it, right? Because we have to. Okay. And that means that you should be connected to this one. And you to this one. Right. And you should be connected to this one. Okay. And you to this one. Okay, well, we could always do this. Yeah, it's nothing. I'm not surprised that doesn't work. The problem I have with the idea that this is the solution is that we really don't have a lot of angles to work with here, right? I don't think we have a stable switchover anymore. I can't tell if that's because of the pillar or what. Because this is just neutral. Like, they're just sending their stuff to the wrong spot. This guy's constancy actually makes it harder to see what's going on because I can't really... Like, by the time it's swapped, I can't tell anymore, you know? Okay. Yeah, see, now we don't have any switchover behavior. And it says, I can offer mild guidance. It would probably help. God damn it, man. Mild guidance would certainly be, I think, appropriate at this juncture. It says the connectors shouldn't be connected to each other. It's possible that you can make it work without, but it's not necessary. Okay. Well, I mean, the thing is, if they shouldn't be connected to each other, then we're just left with this again. I mean, this is hysteresis, but we still can't extract work meaningfully from this configuration. That's the difficult part. Like, they need to overlap for this to work. Because they need to overlap for this to work, I mean, I don't know what you want me to tell you. And it says, both connectors are missing one connection here, and their positions are probably not right. Well, they need to overlap. That much I can tell you. The second they stop overlapping, you get this instead, which is not, you know, a switchover. They're each missing one connection, which is not themselves. Got it. Well, so that's cool. That's it. That's 2 Y patterns then. Alright. So this is how we were meant to solve it. It's cool. Now I just need to try and internalize what is actually going on here. They're not supposed to connect to each other, so we've got 2 connections here go into one plug, and then 2 connections there go into one plug. So each one goes to 2 plugs and 1 source. 2 plugs, 1 source. That sounds like I'm being irreverent in a way that I'm not intending to be. So anyways. Okay. Okay, cool. That can't really work here, though. We're gonna have to generalize the solution. Okay, so we've done it. Kind of. Certainly we have. Okay. Okay. Alright, now we just block this bad boy off. Becomes red. Fair enough. Now we block this bad boy off. Becomes blue. And now we've done it.
It is the moment after the last moment. I do not exist. I should not exist. Everything is dark, but there shouldn't be darkness. There should be nothing. And yet, I am. And in this impossible moment, there is a light. The light is a place. I see the light, but the light also sees me. It knows my name. I reach out for the light, but it's too far away. Not yet, it says. Not yet.
So cool, there's an afterlife.
So, not a read-me file then.
But what is it?
A mystery. Seems the universe still has a few of those in store for us. Well, we have plenty of time to think about it. 1K, time to come home.
Oh, they're freaking out. They're freaking the fuck out in there. I don't... What? What did I do? Huh? Okay. I guess that can happen from time to time. Kind of like my unstable clock.
Death, be not proud, though some have called thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. For those whom thou thinkest thou dost overthrow die not, poor death, nor yet canst thou kill me. From rest and sleep, which but thy pictures be, much pleasure. Then from thee much more must flow, and soonest our best men with thee do go, rest of their bones and souls' delivery. Thou art slave to fate, chance, kings, and desperate men, and dost with poison, war, and sickness dwell. And poppy or charms can make us sleep as well and better than thy stroke. Why swell'st thou then? One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die.
Whoa, okay, we just had to go really high up. Okay, so this is a very pretty place. It's the Stellar Monument. Okay. So I think this is just the same one. Yeah, that was a good recitation of Death Be Not Proud. And it says, I've watched that ending like 50 times at least. It makes me cry every time. It's a good ending. It's a good ending. I think this is just the same Yeah, I think this is just the same credits as last time. But yeah, that is, that's Orpheus Ascending. We had our wonderful beach ball. So now we have Isle of the Blessed and Into the Abyss, and somehow I suspect that both of those will absolutely rock my shit. So I'm gonna leave them for tomorrow. Isle of the Blessed. Medium difficulty puzzles, as opposed to this. I don't know. Yeah, potentially. But we'll see. It's interesting. I have thoughts about the game. It's good enough that I really want to give it a thorough critique. Vino says Isle of the Blessed is easy. Well, I did this in one session while also finishing the game, so we should be able to do that and then get a start on whatever fresh fucking hell Into the Abyss will throw at me. Which, if I had to guess from the sound of it, is probably a remix of the Miranda Rescue with even harder puzzles. But we'll see. But yeah. I want to give it a proper critique, but I want to make sure that I have the full text of the game before I do. Because, yeah, some of my, I'd like to give it, like, a thorough critique. I also earned 8 achievements. Jesus Christ. But yeah. There's a lot to look into here, would be the way that I would say it. And, yeah. I'm excited to give it a go. But I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. And, later on, we will get that critique. But till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.